move your hand, see if it's okay. It's still running. No, like make motion so we can see if it's going.
No, it's still going.
Mm-hmm. Just one of them things.
Okay. These tech gremlins, man. Driving me crazy. Now I need to come over. Nope, that's not. Oh, this one. I wanted this one. And this. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Not really what I wanted, but I can get there from here. Okay, this one. We're just gonna go ahead and remove. Yes. Okay. That one is currently live. Okay. Alright. We'll start. Okay. Let's see. What pen do we want today? We've been using this one. Okay. So, we are back to working on our magnets. And, we are going to be following Bob Ross's Joy of Painting Season 31, Episode 2 today. I don't know how this is going to go because this is a snowy one. And there's a few elements in here, so we might not be able to get all of the detail, in there. But we can try. So I've got the link, pinned into the chat for anyone that wants to go and see the tutorial in full, as I have the tutorial muted. And, I have the tutorial muted, and I do have subtitles on it, but it is kind of small. So, I don't know if you can really read the subtitles, but we're just kind of looking for the picture, not really necessarily the talking part, because we are doing something similar to Bob's, but we're not using paint, so we won't be following what he's saying word for word. We're just kind of following the pretty pictures. Okay, so we've got our back of our magnet traced out here for our template. And then we're going to take the sides of our frame and we're going to pop that in. I would like to be a little bit more zoomed in, but this camera, the more zoomed in I get, the blurrier it gets. So the other cable hasn't come yet. Hopefully over the week we can figure out what the heck is going on. We thought it was the card. We're not certain it's the card. We're gonna dismantle my camera setup over the weekend and try to put it on the other computer, because that has a similar card but different brand in it. I don't know if that PC can handle this camera. We will see. It's because we don't know if it's the cord or the card. But if it doesn't disconnect on the other, then it's the card with the old cord. If it does, then in theory it should be the cord, I guess. Okay, So I'm giving myself a little bit of buffer room. Because you know how if you were here for the if you were here for us working on the 8x10 ones, my sides would always get kind of weird. And like it would not end up being the same size as when we started out. We tried tape on the edges, all of it. Nothing really seemed to help all that much. So, well, the thicker felt didn't really do that, but the thinner felt tends to. And this is the weirdly sized felt that I have that was like supposed to be 8x10, but it's just under 8x10. So, I figured this would be a good project to use that on. And since we're doing a shadow box, it doesn't really matter what color the felt is, because we won't see the edges of it at all. And because this one is a snowy looking scene here, I wanted to go with not a white background so I can see where the snow was going. So, alright, I've got all these little hangnails, and they are painful today. It's cold in here today. It's very cold. We're supposed to get more snow Thursday into Friday. It's currently 22. It don't feel it. It feels colder than that. Let me see here. If I can grab the right window. It's 22, but it feels like 16. I'll buy the 16. But, we will see how the rest of this day goes. Hang on, I'm trying to find something to listen to that's not going to annoy me. So, we've got our needle here. I'm using a small gauge needle. I don't know the number on it. It just said small on the tube that came in the kit. Just had an S on it. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I got a multi-tool kit that had different size needles. This is what it gave me. So that's all I can tell you. And the S looks like it's on upside down as well. So it said S on it. I don't know what else to say. Okay. So we have our finger protectors here. Highly recommend those to save your fingers from icky pokes. Let's see here. Let's get a shot of what this looks like at the very end. I can not get like this, the postcards pop up way too quick for me to stop that. So it looks like there's some kind of water here. Might be a river, maybe. Some kind of cabin shack thing. We've got some sky, some clouds, some silhouetted trees, and some other pine trees with snow on it. That's going to be difficult to do. Tiny. If we were doing the 8x10, yeah, no problem. But because of how small we are, we might have some trouble with this one. But we'll give it a shot. So let's see. So what's he gonna do here? So he's gonna take, I guess that's Prussian blue. So he took Prussian blue and midnight black. And there's liquid white already on the canvas. So it's gonna be like a dark gray. Now, we can't really necessarily go with his paint choices because he's blending it out with the magic white and it's turning into a different color. So he's gonna end up having clouds in here, I think, or the way he's putting the sky color in, and then when he blends it out, it's gonna look like there's clouds. We'll have to see how we go here. So he's got quite a bit of a gray sky. So I'm gonna have to figure out what color gray we want, because I believe the trees in the background are gonna be like a gray too. So I don't think I can go with the real dark gray. Okay, he's taking that same color and putting it at the bottom. Huh. It's an interesting choice. A little more blue on the bottom though. I want to see. So he is going to add clouds. He's going to add it with titanium a bit. So then he's going to blend it. What's he doing? I think he's just adding a little bit more texture to the clouds. I think. Yeah, that's really all it looks like. Yeah, that's just another cloud. So he's just kind of making some spots of the clouds look a little bit darker. Okay. Can we get another? So he's using the same color, but he's putting a little bit more blue in it. Okay, so then he's starting that nonsense. All right. Can we get a head-on shot of this that's not good enough? Okay. So we need a sky color here. And apparently a watercolor as well. So let me see what I can get off of my fluff wall here. I have to unbury the fluff wall, actually. I've got stuff stacked in front of it. Okay, so we need a gray for our sky, but not too gray. So, let's see, because I need it to be visible, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna save that for something else. It's a problem to have too many grays. It's more like a gray brown. Alright, let's go with this color. His is a bit darker. No, let go. This is a bit darker, but we're gonna go with this. So this is Elephant Gray from Paintbox. Simply Chunky. SC61 is gonna be our color. Again, go with whatever color you have that you want. His is a little bit more blue. I almost would rather go with my denim color, but that might be a little too blue. So we're gonna go with this one. It's not gonna look exactly like his. We're gonna try to improvise here and work around it. So, oh, I forgot our water. Okay, does that look like there's any paint residue in there? Not really. Okay. So we don't need a whole lot of water. I just prefer to have a little bit available so that I can put a drop on my palm, because sometimes I can't get the fluff to manipulate too well. And I find that with the little drop of water, I like to do like the little round fluffy snakes. You don't have to. This is just a me thing. Most people will just pull it out and lay it flat and then trim it up, but this is just how I like to do it. So we're gonna be sideways for a minute here, because I want to try to get on our edge lines here. I might be a little bit over the edge line, but that is okay. That will guarantee that we shouldn't have any gaps from the edge of our shadow box. So I don't want to go over this line, because this is the edge of our backing. I want to be somewhere between the two. That seemed to work out pretty well with our demo magnet first attempt at this, so that's what we're gonna keep trying to go with here. My camera looks a little green. I do have a green shirt on, so I don't know if it's picking up that. I've always had trouble with the colors on this camera. I think that's why I was using a yellow light. I had a yellow desk light that I was using at one point. Not really yellow, but it was like a warm LED. And I think that's why. It was because of the coloring on this camera that seemed to work out about the best for it. Really hope we can get this camera issue sorted. Alright. So, oh right, we have to figure out our halfway point here. Because he does kind of... Alright, I think we're gonna be... How much ground do we want there to be? You know what, let's use this. I can see a little bit better with this one. So that might be... I have to do this on here. Like that might be about... Oh man, that building is gonna be super tiny. Alright, I'm gonna say we're gonna be about here. And it's just a regular old pen. Whatever. Just something that will mark on the felt. No, it doesn't have to be anything real super fancified here. Okay. So again, I'm going to come over my edge, my inner edge, just a little bit here. Just enough. Probably doesn't help that there's a bit of a glare on this contact paper. Got a little bit of a shine to it, so it's kind of reflecting some of the light back up. Alright. That, did the camera, hang on. Did the camera try to... Did autofocus try to go back on? It did. Hold on. Let's see. I keep forgetting every time I open this camera, or every time I open OBS, I have to turn autofocus off. That might be a little bit better. Maybe. Okay. So I'm probably going to add a little bit more fluff to this than I necessarily normally would. Just because we've got this brown background. So I'm going to try to make sure it's not too see-through-y. Alright, so we got a drop of water. It just kind of helps tighten up the fibers sometimes, helps you shape it a little bit better if you need to do that. Okay, my hand's going to be in the way here for just a minute. So I'm kind of stabbing through on the line that I drew. And it's okay if I'm a little over. Based off of what we experienced on the last one, I'm going to be a little bit better off if I'm a little bit in between the two lines, I think. So it is Tuesday. I hope everybody is having a good Tuesday so far. I did see one weather report that apparently it's so cold that it's like pulling every ounce of moisture out of the atmosphere, according to the one weather guy, and he's like, parts of our area are actually seeing legitimate snow at the moment. Not everybody, but some people are, and I'm like, really? And it's kind of funny because when I was outside, I thought I saw a couple of flurries when I was putting recycling out, but I wasn't sure if I was just seeing things. Or if it had, like, fallen off the recycling bin that I was messing with and got airborne. Very possible. And it was only like 2 or 3, it wasn't a whole bunch, so I didn't really think much of it. They are saying we could see snow Thursday afternoon into Friday. But they didn't put us under a winter storm watch yet. They only put south of us in one, and I was like, huh. I think they're supposed to get more snow than we are. But we'll see. Sometimes when they talk this up real big, we don't get shit. So we'll see. Have to keep y'all updated. Alright, that's not bad. I mean, this actually looked lighter in the bag, so I'm kind of feeling a little bit better about our color choice here at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna gently attempt to pull this up. Gently. Because sometimes it wants to attach into your mat more than you necessarily want it to. If you just go ripping that sucker off without a care, you might damage your mat. So be careful. Okay, so it's a little bit thin, like right in there. Let me see if I can point to it, like right in here, but it's all right. We'll get this guy fixed up here as we go. Okay. So I'm gonna keep my finger resting on our bit of fluff here, because if I don't, it's gonna take off with it and pull way more than I necessarily want before I want it. Right, so I've kind of shown that before, where if I don't have the other end tacked down yet at all, it will just, the little notches in the needle will just grab everything, and it's just like, it's a party, and I'm like, no, no. I didn't want all of that getting shoved into there. So we're just kind of taking our time and working on getting our sky attached here. So hopefully my camera doesn't decide to freeze up again, because I had to restart the stream real quick there. Because that was the only way that guy was gonna function. Alrighty. So, you know, you just want to attach this as much as you want it. Like, if you want some texture on there, you don't necessarily have to really stab it in there, like every ounce of it. Did I just hear someone yell?
No, you heard Little's meowing.
Okay. sounded like a tiny woo. It's like, what the hell? Just the cat. I was like, do not tell me they have those kids outside at the daycare in this bitter cold. Because it is daycare day if they've come back from winter break. School's back in session today. We felt guilty because the dog didn't go on his outing yesterday because it was just too cold. The wind chill was like 2 degrees. And we're like, yeah, no. Too cold, doggo. And, so we tried to take them this morning. And, we weren't there very long because it was cold and the husband's back was messed up. So he pulled something last night. But we were there for just a minute and traffic was hopping at 7:30 this morning. We're like, what is happening? Husband's like, did I miss a memo or something? I'm like, I don't know. Like, school's back today. And the utility workers are out front again. One of them was setting up their flagging position to halt traffic in front of our house, and the husband's like, what are you guys up to today? And they're like, we're replacing a cable. And it's like, oh, are you gonna replace that pole? I don't know. The pole is leaning to the side so bad. They went through the trouble of putting anchoring cables into it, I guess, to keep it from falling over. And I'm like, can we not just replace this pole? I'll cope with the power being out for like a half an hour max, if that's what it takes to replace this pole. I will cope, but that pole's getting kind of scary. But there's also high pressure gas pipes right next to where the pole is dug in, which we didn't know were there until they had Call Before You Dig come out, apparently, with the gas company out there right before Christmas. And they were out there cutting into the ground with like a water chisel or whatever. And we didn't know what the heck they were doing. And then the next thing we know, they were jamming PVC pipe in with warning stickers on it about high pressured gas lines. And I'm like, oh, okay. Why are they high pressure? I don't know if I like this being directly across from the house. I mean, I guess we know now, but not exactly a fan of it. Alright, so that's a little thin in there. I'm gonna need to add a little bit more, just to cover up that brown that's shining through. Okay. So let's grab some more fluff. We're gonna need more fluff out of the bag here in just a minute. So I've decided to start putting the water in my little water paint cups. This one's still pretty clean, so I've got a ton of these laying all over the house. Just because I was using the bottle cap, but I was getting nervous that I was gonna knock the bottle over. So I was like, you know what? Let's be smarter about this. I have these little cups everywhere. So like if I don't do that, it just starts like grabbing way more fluff than I normally want it to. Didn't do it here, but usually it does. Alright. So get this popped into here. Now I don't think I'm too stretched out here. No, we're still good. That's also why I gave myself a little bit of a border here. Just in case things go sideways and the shape distorts slightly, we can still trim it up, and it doesn't matter if one side's a little tucked in because we won't be able to see it. In theory. And our other one's still standing strong on the fridge. Super glue is working well, holding the magnet on there. And I kind of am growing more on the little shadow box that we made for it, because it's somehow making the inside piece feel more 3D than it actually is. Like it made it feel more puffed up. I don't know, it worked out. Husband was actually impressed. He's not impressed by much that I do. It's just another thing. But that one, he goes, this actually looks good. He goes, don't take this the wrong way, but this looks like something that you would buy in the store. He's like, don't get offended. And I kind of knew what he meant. So I'm probably going to add another little bit in here, just because as we worked that in, it's still a little thin right in through here. So I can see the brown of our felt there. Alright, and I just like brushing it down on the back. I feel like the front sits a bit better when I do that. I feel like I go through an awful lot of fluff on a piece that's so small. But we'd be going through a lot more fluff if we were doing a larger piece, so. Probably gonna have to fluff some more fluff soon. I don't know what the one after this one is, so I'm not quite sure what colors we're gonna need. Now I did not pre-sketch this one out, so we're gonna just be grabbing colors on the fly here. So it might take me a few more minutes to make a decision, since I don't have the luxury of time to dick around and be like, well, I don't know, do I want to go with this, do I want to go with that? My little indecisive brain doesn't like to make decisions real quick and stick with it. I will go back and forth about something for forever till I just do it, and then I'll be like, I should have done the other one. So yeah, his is a little bit more of a bluer gray, but I think I'm gonna save that denim color for the water down here. I think I always like to use that color for our water. I probably use it too much, but I don't know, it has like a cold feeling water look to it. And this one definitely is going to be some cold water because I think it's kind of like a frozen over river is what it looks like. Oh, I forgot to just disable or mute my sound effects on my notifications on the Kindle. Thanks, Kindle. That's helpful. Alright, so I'm gonna need to add a little bit more right in there. Just because when I added this piece over, it kind of pulled all of the fluff that we had in there over that way. Why does that not look focused at all? Hang on. This camera. I can't tell if it's... Can't tell if it's me or what. I also kind of feel like we need to be a little more zoomed in here. So that might be a little more grainy. Alright, I'm trying. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll see how that does. It could be this monitor. It could be my eyes. Because I'm focusing underneath of my glasses. Because looking through them is too much for the up-close stuff now. But then when I look back at this monitor, the whole monitor looks a little fuzzy. But it also looked slightly fuzzy on the Kindle too, so I wasn't quite sure what was happening there. So you can see how this top edge is like starting to bow in on this edge. So we'll see how we get on here. Sorry, I've got a shirt on that has a physical tag in it. And it is becoming so irritating. But I really don't want to change my shirt. Just getting annoyed by it. It's like itching like crazy. It's kind of big. Let me go with a smaller piece here. Okay. So that's one of the things when you're using a base color that's quite a bit different from your yarn colors. You're gonna have some show through in spots if you don't get your fluff on there super thick. I don't want it to be super thick though. And this might just be because I'm using acrylic yarn instead of roving. Roving is what most people will use for this. Okay. I feel like I'm smelling car exhaust and I don't know why. There must be traffic sitting in front of our house. Or our neighbor's truck is running. I'm not sure which. This cold, man. All my joints are angry. Like, I just cannot find a comfortable way to sit for more than like 5 minutes. Like 5 minutes max, and I'm like, ugh, I can't sit like this anymore. Don't get old, guys. Alright. Might be a little... You know what? I am seeing... I thought I was seeing things at first, but now I don't think I am. There's like just a little bit of a slightly thin area. It's not much, but I'm being fussy about it because when I come to put my clouds in, like, I don't want to have the fibers pulled every which direction and then have to go back and then fix it before we can keep going with our cloud guys, you know? Okay, I've got to change how I'm sitting now. My knees and my hips just hurt. They just hurt. And my arms are really, really cold. So sleeves down for a minute until they start to annoy me again. I got a little bit of video editing done last night. Not as much as I wanted to. I was like, oh, well, I'll get some done this morning after I eat. But I had to make our pizza dough. Well, that didn't take too long because I was taking the recycling out while the yeast was yeasting. And, got that situated. And then I sat down. I was like, okay, we need to set up Twitch so that way I am all good to go at stream time and I don't have to stop editing early. And I forgot that we were doing a new magnet, so I had to track down links and all of that stuff and change descriptions and things, and it was like, okay. I was like, now I can edit. And then I went back into YouTube and I was like, oh, hey, I didn't schedule yesterday's live stream from here over there yet. I should probably, you know, do that before I forget, so it doesn't get lost in the pile of stuff that I've already got scheduled through next week. And that took me a little bit of time because I had to go find the old links and pop them into places and type stuff out. And oh no, I had to find links to the book that we were using. That's what I did. And then I got lost on Amazon for a couple minutes looking at the other options for books that the lady made, and I was like, oh, this is cute. Oh, that is cute. And by the time I got everything ready, it was like 10:30, and I'm like, I don't have time to edit now. I'll get like 2 scenes edited, and then I had to go to the bathroom, and then by the time I got done getting situated, it was like 10 of, and I'm like, yeah, we're not getting any editing done this morning. So maybe tonight. We'll see. Maybe tonight we will get some editing done. after dishes because I doubt we're walking tonight. I think it's gonna be too cold, especially if his back is fucked up right now. So kind of feel like his sky might come down a little bit further, but maybe not. I'm just trying to make sure we have enough room to get this cabin or shack or whatever he put in here. Storage building. Just trying to make sure we've got enough room to work that guy in here. So I might add another little piece in there. I'll have to get a better look at this once I get this piece situated. Actually, I think I'm going to need him to cut this tag out of my shirt because I am slowly being driven mad. Alright, so get this all stabbed into here. I'm gonna brush this down just a bit. Alright, so I need a little bit here. And then we've got like a weird line there, so I might add a little bit in there. Hold on one second.
Scissors here.
Okay, hang on. I gotta get this tag cut out, you guys. It's itchy. It's poking me, and all I can think about is how bad I want to scratch this. And I can't reach it to scratch it. Can you scratch that while you're there too? Just to try to alleviate some of this up a little higher. It was like poking me. Okay, we'll see if that helps. Thank you. Okay. It was becoming a thing. It was maddening. Okay. So we'll get a little bit more fluff. Oh, now the phone's gonna ring. Give me 1 second again. Okay. So spam call. Okay, so he kind of covered like the whole bottom of the canvas in that like water color, and he was talking about shadows and stuff. I'm probably just gonna cover the whole bottom just for argument's sake because it's small. If I was doing the 8x10, then I just would have sketched out what area in the end was getting it. So that way I wasn't wasting yarn by covering a section that wasn't going to be seen. But because this is such a small square, I'm okay with that on this one. Because it's not that much. And I think it'll be okay. And I have other colors of blue that I can work in there as a shadow if it comes to it, or I can add some back in if I need to for shadowy purposes. Alright, I'm still gonna add another piece to this just to kind of cover up this weird line I've got going here. Not quite sure why we have the weird line there, but we do. So you can see like how this is like distorting a bit. It's because as we're stabbing in here, like all the fibers from the outside are being pulled inward. So that's why I tried to give myself a bit of a border. Okay. And that's a little tight in there. Kind of want this to be a little bit more like oddly shaped. Just so it's not quite so straight lines. We don't have another weird straight line showing up that I have to try to figure out how to work around. Now, it really wouldn't have been that big of a deal if I just grabbed enough fluff to lay out across and just did it all then. But that's not how I like to do it. I know everybody has their own way of doing things. You figure out a way that's gonna work for you, right? I'm just stumbling my way through this, you know? Like, I'm no expert. We're just trying to have some fun and trying to make something in a way that works for me. You guys try to make something in a way that works for you. Which is really what everything comes down to, right? Like, there's no... Like, I'm sure there is a wrong way to do this, but there are alternate ways to do this as well. And if it gets to where we're going in the end, you know, doesn't matter. We're not hurting anybody. And sometimes you can make some interesting things getting there in a roundabout way and taking the back roads. We might take the long way, but we get there eventually. Oh, I guess I could have used the roving for this, but maybe the next one. I didn't have time to dig through all my roving colors today. No guarantee I was going to have the right roving colors for this anyhow. Plus, if I'm making stuff to give away, I might be better off doing the acrylic yarn. So that way nobody with a wool allergy doesn't accidentally touch it. You know? Okay, that kind of took care of that. My horizon line's a little crooked, but that's alright. Okay, so I'm going to put that little bit of extra fluff back in that bag. So our watercolor, or our shadow color, I guess, I'm calling it watercolor because we already peeked and we know what the end looks like. Sorry, had to stand up and get there. Oh, really? We're gonna start this now? You guys always do this when it's a pain in the ass for me to report it. Alright, submit that, block, and ban. I must have such a large ban list. Thank you, Moobot. Ooh, I am freezing. Feels like it's colder in here. Usually I get hot when I'm doing this because we're stabbing away and getting a little bit of a workout. Not today. I am freezing. Like, we are sideways at the moment. It's just going to be a little bit easier for me at this stage to do this sideways. So I'm sorry if that bothers anybody, but like I said, it's just going to be a little bit easier. Alright, so again, I'm gonna try to stab in on that line. And it's okay if we come over it a little bit. We probably want to come over it just a little, but not the outside line. I want the outside line to remain, because that is our backing. Like, that's our absolute boundary line. Like, anything outside this far line will end up getting cut off. So we don't want to stray too far. So this might be a little too blue for this, but I think we're okay. I think we'll be okay. Now I'm probably gonna have to add a little bit more right along this horizon line, because I didn't quite overlap enough for my liking. But that's okay. That's not a terrible thing. It's gonna be easy to go back and add a little bit of that. It's not like all is lost and all. See, that's a simple one. Okay. So, yeah, just a little bit. I feel like our edges at the bottom are, like, up here feels like really stretched, doesn't it? Is this? Are we still within? Did we stretch out too far? Oh, we are slightly distorted, aren't we? How did that happen? Probably because of this cheaper felt. So we're a little distorted, but that's okay. I think we're still okay. All right. Okay. So we're gonna start stabbing in here a little bit better. So I'm gonna try to, like, I don't want to eat too much of our sky up here, but I do need it to be overlapped just a little bit because I don't know what else is coming. I mean, obviously we're gonna have a little bit of snow coming in here. Although I don't really know why he called it before the snowfall when there was already so much snow down, unless another snowstorm was coming. Maybe there's another storm coming in that's gonna dump even more on top of what has already happened. Possible. Totally possible. I mean, I imagine Alaska just being completely snow-packed most of the time in the winter. Alright. So, I don't know if I want to start on the other side just yet, or if I want to add some more to this side still, but maybe we should hit up that other side before we go too far, right? Okay. Also trying to be careful and mindful of what side I'm pulling up off the mat from, because that will stretch out and distort the base felt a little bit if we're not super careful with that. Because this is cheap felt, it's just craft felt. We're working on a budget here, people. If you've got the budget to get the better stuff, then go for it. My budget is not so grand. Like, I don't have money for 100% wool base felt here. I have no idea what just made that noise, but that didn't sound good. It's probably a trailer going by. Alright, so I'm gonna try to stab in on the line and then a little bit over it. Not like tremendously, just a little. So what's everybody up to on this cold day? At least it's cold here. Very cold. It wouldn't be so bad, but I don't know why. This particular room is like the coldest room in the entire house. Like on the other side of the house, it's warm and you can just feel it getting colder as you walk from one side to the other. Really? So we're just working on getting this bottom color put in here. And I like my fluff rather well acquainted with its base material, so we're gonna make sure that that is well attached. Especially with a magnet that you expect to be picked up and handled at times. Alright. So we've got a little bit of a thin spot right there. Kind of reminds me of those Pore Strip commercials. I'm like, oh, look at it all. Alright, that's a little bit of a piece that did not want to cooperate while getting brushed out. Sometimes it happens. Or it gets a little stringy. It'll still felt, but that was like a bit of a knot, so I didn't want to leave that in there. Alright, so just kind of holding that piece down there just to keep it from getting pulled a little too soon. So the bottom I do have a little bit larger, I think, than he has his. But that's okay. I was concerned about trying to get our building in here, because it's gonna be real tiny, and I don't have a tiny template. I should make one. Maybe I should just look for small square stencils. To at least get like the base of the building. But then, you know, it might lose a bit of its handmade charm and look like it's about to fall down if we do that, so I guess it depends on how structurally sound of a building you want in there. You guys can't hear it because copyright music and all, but I keep having an artist popping up and it sounds like Chester from Linkin Park. And I have to keep doing a double take to see what I'm listening to, because I'm like, I don't recognize this. And it's from a band I've never heard of. And it's weird. Because it's not what I expected to hear. Oh, excuse me. Alright, I need something else to listen to. Let's go with that one. Alright, that right there looks like it might be a slightly... Can't tell if that's a thin spot or not, but it kind of feels like it might be. Like, this color has some variation to it. It's not a variegated yarn, but the strands that they blended together to get the denim color, I think I just had a larger clump of the lighter section in that one spot, so it made it kind of feel like it was a little bit thin. Okay. Well, I'll save that piece in case we need to. I not want that. It's just some water. It'll dry. But see about getting this guy popped into here. I swear it sounds like they've got some kind of machinery running directly in front of our house now. If for some reason, while they're mucking about across the street, if the power should go out, we'll be back as soon as it comes back on. I'm really not sure what they're doing. I don't know if it's the electric company replacing cables. I don't know if it's internet replacing old internet cables. I don't know who this is. I don't know what they're doing. Because it's a contractor that's been out there. I don't think our power's gonna go out. They didn't send any notices out, as far as I know. But if it should, just know we will be back as soon as possible. We haven't lost any frames, so I don't think they're messing with the internet. So, tell you, I'm cold looking at this color. It's making me feel colder. Although I don't... Well, no, the sun does look like it's out today. The sun was out yesterday. It was kind of blinding out there for a little bit. Alright. Let's do some fluff on this side. I'm like torn between my sleeves bothering me when I'm doing this and my arms being cold. I think I might have to put on another sweater. Hold on. I have one here, so I don't have to go too far. But I think we need to layer up here. If I can get this on without having to get up. Nope, I gotta stand up. Urgh. I thought you were coding. Freezing. Whew. Oh, well, damn it. Don't mind me, I'm just dropping everything now. Ow. My little crafting den. Whew. Okay. Back to the pink sweater. It's jelly. So chilly. Ooh. Let's see if this helps. I would go make some hot chocolate, but I don't really have time to sit here and drink it before it goes cold. And I don't know that I really want to put it in my turbis. And I don't know that I'm really in the mood for tea. Let's see how the sweater does. My shirt was kind of a thin long sleeve shirt, so I do think there's a little bit of a thin section right there. However, I do believe we're putting another color over top of most of this. So I'm gonna try not to get too bothered by that at the moment. We need a bit more fluff and stuff. Okay. That might be a little bit too big of a fluff and stuff. I like to work smaller. Like in smaller clumps of fluff. This is probably about as small as I'm willing to needle felt, as far as like landscapes are considered. Okay. Of course, now everything looks like my sweater looks red. It's actually pink. It's like a dark pink, but it's pink. I don't know if the colors are off on this monitor or if it's the camera. I'm willing to bet it's the camera, though. I don't remember this looking red on the other camera. I would just put the black one on, but I don't have the black one nearby. I have a pullover black one next to me, but that's gonna be too much because the shirt I have on is a little big, and that sweater's not that big. So then I'll be annoyed by too much fabric. Having sensory issues, especially when it comes to clothing, is not fun. It's annoying. I get annoyed at myself over shit. Just like, why are you like this? Itchy tags. Clothes too tight. Clothes. I don't know if I've really bitched about clothes too big. It is too much when I have to wear a layer over a large piece of clothing. Then that layer has to be even bigger. Too much blanket at night. I do have this thing where we have like the t-shirt sheets, and I like to stretch the t-shirt sheet over my feet and like pull it tight and like wrap my feet up in it. Because I like to feel the stretchiness of the sheet. And it's also fun because when you do that in the summer, it like pulls the fibers in such a way that it actually makes me feel colder laying in a fan than it necessarily is in the room. So that helps when it's hot in the summer. I hear all kinds of machine noises and truck noises outside now. No idea what they're doing. The floor's vibrating though. I thought they had finished down here because they had started to move further down. And now it kind of sounds like they've come back. Is somebody messing with our water meter? With the water meter? I just heard like a metal clang.
No, it's just Jetsam deploying trucks.
Okay. It sounded like a metal, like the lid clanging shut, and I was like, what's going on?
No, they're like blocking off their side of the road.
Okay. It suddenly seemed like it got louder. Alright. So, let's get a bit... let go. Bit more fluff here. Yes, definitely a good night for pizza, as cold as it is. I was gonna make ramen, but I wasn't sure. Like, not fancy ramen, like the prepackaged ramen, but I was gonna add, like, chicken and doctor it up a little bit and some more vegetables that my mom hates, but I made, like, stew last night, but it was more like vegetable stew with the suggestion of meat instead of meat stew with the suggestion of vegetables. And she didn't say much when I put it down in front of her. I'm like, yeah, I know you're side-eyeing those vegetables. Like, I even put heavy potato in there, so she couldn't complain that I gave her too many carrots or whatnot. And then she didn't eat, like, any of her potato, and they were, like, fall apart buttery. And I'm like, you didn't eat your potato. Well, I ate the bread. I was like, yeah, I know you ate the bread. Next time I'm not giving you as much bread. Like, you need to eat the vegetable. Your diet is shit. Garlic, herb, cheese, and crackers does not give you a balanced diet. And I couldn't make a big pot of it to have enough leftovers for dinner tonight because she's weird about eating leftovers. Like, she doesn't like having the same thing. Like, not the fact that it's a leftover, but the fact that she doesn't want the same thing 2 nights in a row, unless it's pancakes. Like, well, I don't want pancakes. And since I'm the one that's making dinner, you're more than welcome to come out and cook your own dinner. And she's like, no. It's like, all right then. Well, she's probably going to be like, well, I want ramen tonight because I don't want pizza. She asked me what I was making earlier. I'm like, pizza? She didn't say anything. But the husband and I would eat pizza a lot more often if we could. What is that? Some kind of fiber. Plant fiber, maybe? Kind of looks like a tiny piece of hay or something. Wouldn't be so bad, but my feet are freezing. Yes, I have socks on. Socks have never made my feet warm. Ever. I've never noticed my socks be warmer with socks on, or my feet be warmer with socks on than without them. It just seems to make me more aware of how cold my feet are. Because it's like trapping the cold air around them, it feels like. But I can't sleep in socks. My feet feel trapped. There's been times where I've fallen asleep with them on, and I wake up in like this frenzy of like, oh god, my feet can't breathe. Get these fucking socks off of me. I'm pretty sure that is in fact the base color popping through there. Like, it looked more brown than gray. I'm probably full of shit and seeing things funny, but that's what it looks like. Alright. So we'll get that worked into there. Okay, we've almost got this color popped in here. And coming from that direction, it just peeled right up. Alright. Alright, so we've got a little bit left in here. This might be too much, but let's see. Let's see, shall we? We might as well. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna pull that just over the line. And then I'm gonna stab it down on the line. make sure we are good and covered there. You okay?
Wow.
Alright. So we'll get this guy attached into here. I know it's not super exciting when we're first starting, so we have to block in our background colors. But you gotta start somewhere, right? Can't just jump to the exciting bits. Well, I mean, you can if you're watching the replay of it, but I don't know how much exciting bit we're gonna have in here today. Kind of depends on how far we get, because now we have to go back and do our clouds. I know I'm not constantly stabbing the section that we just put in, but that's because the section next to it looked a little loose. Probably just an illusion. More than likely. Okay. We're getting there. I do feel a little silly filling this whole bottom in with this color when we're not going to need all of it. But it is what it is, right? Okay. Alright, so that's where we stand at the moment. So let me grab this glue. And we're going to tuck that back into its bag. And now we need to figure out our clouds. So, I think we might go with misty gray. I have to see what it looks like on top of this. That might work. It might be visible. We'll have to see. They're saying we might have an inch of snow on Thursday. I don't know, is that light enough? Or it's even going to be visible? It might. I'll have to try it and see. So we're just gonna work on putting some clouds in. His clouds were a little bit darker, but you know, with paint you have a little bit more, especially oil paint, you have a little bit more playtime and blending ability. With the colors that are already there, blending in with the new colors you're adding on top of it, and alright, so I just have a little bit of fluff here. I might have to make this a little bit smaller. We'll see. Alright. So I kind of tried to make a little bit of a cloud shape here. I don't know if this is even going to be visible here. It might need to be a different shade. Don't know if I have another shade that is gonna work here. I mean, I could go with like a vanilla cream, like a real light yellowy toned white, but I think that's gonna be too warm here. We can kinda see it. Alright, that's good. It just has to get fluffed up on itself to... The camera's picking it up, so there's that at least. Alright, so I'm gonna cut this in half. I want to work small here. Again, the water's not a mandatory thing. I don't even use it all of the time. I'm just trying to bring this together a bit more. Okay. So just kind of wherever you think your cloud should live. And the shape of it. So you can kind of play with this a little bit. And then, you know, you're also going to have Fluff doing what Fluff's going to do, because it's so small. And you're going to have... You're not going to be able to be super precise with positioning. So you might get some interesting things happening here. Okay. So just kind of seeing what happens here. And the smaller you work, like the more it's gonna pull in on itself, right? But I think since we're so small already, working with small bits of fluff may not be a bad idea. So that way we don't overdo it. So it's like just a little small wispy bit, like you can hardly see it. You can see it on the mat a little bit better. So I'm gonna trim this down. I'm gonna half, and then I'm gonna half again. Again, this is just how I'm doing it. I mean, my clouds aren't anything to really write home about most of the time, so... Can't even really see my cloud color on top of our other color until I start getting it smooshed in there. It's showing up on camera a little bit better than I'm seeing it, which is kind of hilarious. I gotta say. Usually I'm seeing it better than the camera is. Not today. So we're just gonna have some fun, play around with getting some cloud shapes worked into our sky. All right. Again, as few or as many clouds as you want to do here. Crafter's choice as always. Get some of these guys up in here. Now he added some shading to his, where some sections are a little bit darker. I think I'm just gonna leave it be with the one color. In this case. I really can't hardly even see those clouds on there. It's kind of hilarious. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back in with a slightly... I don't know if I should come back at it with like a slightly lighter color. I don't think I have a lighter gray though. Like the only other gray I have is a smart gray, soft gray, excuse me. That feels a little thicker than what I've been doing. I mean, I guess you can kind of see it. All right. So this guy, I'm gonna try to attach to our other cloudy bit here. long as it looks somewhat cloud shape. It's just kind of what I'm going for here. Okay. So let's see here. See what we can do with this other bit of fluff here. I'm just kind of trying to roll it into a sort of cloud shape. As best as I can. I mean, it's gonna change shape a little bit even more once we start working it in. But we can kind of get the shape that we want in there. Alright. Let's see, how do we look? I kind of want one more bit of cloud in here. Alright, I am going to snip this down. Got so used to sitting the bags I was working out of right over there that I just kind of happened to look up. I'm like, where's the fluff bag? Moved it to the other side. I sat it over there, I guess. And didn't realize. I am so freaking cold. Alright. It's just one of those colds that seeps in. Not like cold that I'm sick, but like cold temperature. Just kind of seeps in everywhere. Maybe I should just use this little guy. That one just kind of melted in there. Don't really see it at all. Alright. We can kind of see that. Okay. Just moving to a different part of the mat for the moment. Alright. Now let's take a look at... Let me close this bag of fluff first. Alright, Bob. What's next, Bobo? Alright, so he put that cloud in, right? Okay. So maybe in the background. So same color that he did for the clouds, but he added a little bit more of a blue to it. And he's putting some like shrubbery along this horizon line. So I'm not sure what color I want to do this. Oh, and there he is feeding the squirrel. Oh, look, he did a whole bunch of crap while they were showing the squirrel. Surprise! He did a whole bunch of stuff. Alright. So we need to put some shrubbery along our horizon line back here. I don't really have that many like blue grays. So we're gonna have to improvise. Hmm. So I've got two different shades of taupe. The only problem is with the grays, right? The blue grays. Or anything that's similar in shade. Like, it has to be enough of a contrast so that we can see it. Like I said, these clouds are showing up a little bit better on the camera than they are for me. So it needs to be... No, that's not enough. I think we're going to have to go a little bit darker here. So, I put this back on the fluff wall. Now, this might be a little too dark, but that's what we're going to go with. So we're going to go with this like smoky brown. So this is Big Twist taupe. Big Twist Value Line taupe from Joann's. That color I just showed you was also taupe, but it was simply chunky taupe from Paintbox. So that's why I try to say the brand of the color. Alright, I think this will... It has that like slightly frosted look of being like maybe slightly icy dusted. Okay, so get my sleeves out of the way here. I'm gonna do a drop of water on my palm and I'm gonna get some of this to run all the way across just to give me some ground to work with here. And then we'll kind of work on getting the rest of that like poked up. Into the sky. Just so you know, we have some base of the tree line here. So like I said, we're going to have to improvise on some of our colors because he's using a lot of the same color with just minor shifts and adjustments. Which is all well and good for paint. But not quite going to work for this. So we're going to have to adjust what we are doing just a bit. Alright, I'm going to add a little bit more of that in. Is that kind of straight? I think it's kind of straight. Kind of. So see, it is possible to manipulate the fluff without the water, but sometimes that little drop of water just helps those fibers cooperate a little bit better. Alright, so I just want this to be a little bit thicker, not too thick, right? Like, I'm not building a mountain here. I just want just enough to put a little bit of ground under these trees. So we're gonna like kind of just adjust the top of them, like this line in varying height, to try to give it the impression, excuse me, of all of these trees in here together. All right. So just flipping that over. Just to get the other side worked in here a little bit easier. Remember, we don't want to get carried away with this, right? These are supposed to be further back trees, and we're doing the best we can with that. Now that on the back looks a little crooked. It's not too bad. Maybe it's on a hill. Alright. So I'm gonna get another bit of fluff. This is gonna be tricky. If you have a little bit of water that drips off your finger to the side, it's fine. It's water. Not gonna hurt anything. It'll dry. Alright, so I'm gonna... Not sure how I want to do this, but he's kind of got like just suggestions of trees back there. So I'm probably going to try to pull this so it's a little bit smaller. And I might not be able to do quite the amount of detail that he's got going there. I might only be able to do like the teardroppy trees. Of varying height. If you hear any banging, that is actually coming from outside. And it is the guys working on the utility lines or something out there. I don't have a lot of control over that. We were rather surprised to see them out there when we went to take the dogs out this morning. We're like, what the heck just happened? They showed up in like a 15-minute time span of Russell taking the dogs out to pee real quick here and me getting dressed enough to head to the borking place that the doggo likes to go to. So it might take a little bit before it starts to kind of look like a tree line here. But we're working on it. So it's going to take a little bit of fussing. As we work to get this in, and remember to like change the height. I have this sitting sideways because it's easier for me to deal with at the moment. It keeps my hands out of my line of sight. Okay. All right. Just trying to get some kind of suggestion of a tree line put in here. Loud traffic. Extra loud because they have them crossing over and switching lanes at times. Down to one lane out there. So we can't get real super fancy. I mean, we could try, but my fingers just aren't gonna work that tiny. If your fingers can work that tiny, then you get as fancy with your tree line as you want. You know? But this is a tiny thing in case it's hard to tell. This is a 3" by 3" bit of fluff here. So this is just going to be something, you know, do what you want. Whatever kind of strikes you here. That's what we're looking like so far. Not too bad so far. I mean, his is going to look better. But he's also got the power of paint. And we are using the power of fluff. Both equally powerful in their own right. But produce different results. So I am bringing these down. I'm trying to make sure that the bottom is ending on this strip that we put across here. That's kind of why I did that. Just to give me a little bit more of a landing pad. So that way my ground isn't too uneven on the bottom section. Right, I'm just snipping the little tail off of our little fiber snake as soon as we've gotten all we need off of it. So that's coming along. Again, sorry we're not as zoomed in as we've done before, but this camera doesn't really like to be as well zoomed in as the other one could. Hopefully we'll get that sorted this week. Hopefully. Hoping we'll be able to go back to the other camera. If we can't, I'm gonna start looking for other options. But we'll see. Alright. A drop of water. We don't need too much. Don't want this saturated. Alright, so I'm just gonna kind of twist and gently kind of pull it outward just to thin it a little bit. Don't want it too thin though, because then it's not gonna really look like anything. It'll just kind of melt into the background. And just kind of disappear into the rest of the fluff. Okay. And they can overlap a little bit if you want. I wouldn't go too crazy with the overlap, because then it's just going to look like a solid chunk of color. These ones in the back don't have very much detail on them. He kind of just silhouetted them in there. So we're just kind of doing a suggestion of trees. I'm just rotating my mat there. So it's probably about time that we've done that. Just gonna re-roll this a little bit because it got a little loose. And don't forget to variate your height on your shrubbery. Okay. That might be slightly crooked. But I don't know what's coming next. I mean, at some point we put some kind of snow in here. Or at least it looks like we do. Alright. Remember to be careful not to trim your project itself. Just the little tail that you don't need. If you do your trees this way. You don't have to. There's all kinds of ways you can do your trees. I just figured this would be probably about the easiest. Alright. What time is it anyway? Okay. Today feels like it's falling into its time vacuum on me. Ever have those days where it's just suddenly it's like, what time is it? How the heck did it get that late? Okay. we'll get this. Can't wait till they're done across the street because my chair is vibrating. And it's kind of unsettling. Okay. That's not too bad. Kind of has that like fuzzy, distant, almost watercolor feel to it. It is kind of a big gap there in the middle. Don't know if I'm gonna leave that there or not. I might come back in and fill a little something in there. There is a shrub there, but it's not very tall. Don't know. Maybe we'll leave it. Maybe we'll just leave it. Maybe that's where the river's running back that way. Alright. Yeah, that's okay. That was such a tiny bit left on there anyway. That would have been hard to work with. Alright, we need just a little bit more to finish out our tree line here. Alright. Gonna get a little bit of water. Okay. Want that just a little bit thinner. Not too thin. Alright, let's see how that goes. It's gonna need a little bit of water on that though. It's being a little willy-nilly, and that little tiny piece of fluff turned into this big guy here. Alright, so we'll get this one. And worked into here. Trim off the tail. Alright, so this guy. Gonna make a little bit shorter here. Although it kind of looks like it's just attached to the other guy there. No, I suppose that's okay. Trees are gonna tree, shrubs are gonna shrub. Alright, especially like out in the wilds. Okay. Let's get this guy popped into there. I did try to put a tiny bit of a gap in there. I'm not sure if it's actually gonna look like I did, but alright. So let's get this guy. So some of these I left with more of a flat, like sticky kind of top, and the others are kind of a bit more pointed. Just trying to give it a little bit of a variation there. His does pretty much go all the way across. So we're not doing too bad. We have to figure out what color we want our frame to be for this one. Have to see what color we think is gonna look good. Do have a frosty blue. Have to see if we go with like the rich brown or if we go with like a gray or this like frosty blue I've got. I don't want to do white. I think white's going to be too much. Too stark. Question is, do I want to leave a gap here at the end, or do I want to take it all the way off? I kind of want to take it to the edge there, because it seems a little like I just kind of gave up there on the end of it. What did I hit? Oh, that's what I hit. Alright, so we're going to need just a little bit more. The tiniest bit. So we're taking like that much. Oh, look how much that turned into. That's way more than we need. Okay. Way more. Alright. So I'm gonna have this guy kind of sit on the edge of our bit here. I don't know how much of it we will lose when we go to trim down. Might lose a tiny bit of it, but I'd rather lose a tiny bit of it than have it look like I just kind of was like, fuck it, and just didn't put anything there. Okay, so that bit of fluff I'm gonna stick back into the bag. Alright, so we've got our tree line popped into there. So let's do a little stretchy stretch. And we'll see what we've got in store next for us here. So let's see. What's in our world, Bob? Oh, we've got some evergreens now. So he took Prussian blue, crimson, and black. They should look black. So are we just gonna use black? I have a lot of paint. Okay. So, you alright?
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of popping that tree into there. It still looks blue to me. But this is going to be very tricky. To get this in here. Because of how small they are. So I'm gonna have to figure out how we're gonna do this. What color do I even want to make these? I do have a dark navy blue. We could go with that. But he hasn't, like, put in any specific snow yet. So, hang on. I kind of need to see... We're going to jump ahead just a little. Okay, so after he put these in... Then he started to put some snow in. Oh, dirty snow. He got it in the blue. Bob, we don't play in the dirty snow. What are you doing here? Like, I know it's shadow, I'm just playing. But, so he's kind of putting that like shadow on the edge to give the impression of the lake or river or whatever this is. So we're gonna pop in our snow. Alright, I'm gonna pause it there. So I'm gonna do this a little differently than in the order that he did it, right? So I'm gonna do our snow first, but I'm gonna go with more of a white snow, and then we'll come back in to add the shadows after I do the trees. So what is this? What is this? A snow statement has been issued. A special weather statement issued January 7th at 12:07 p.m. by National Weather Service, Tulsa, Oklahoma. At 12 p.m., satellite and radar observations were indicating a band of snow is occurring on the north-south band, on a north-south band near or over Highway 71B in Springdale. The snow is causing slick spots and reduced visibilities in the area and traffic accidents. This is expected to continue through about 3 p.m. Is it snowing here? I haven't looked outside. Oh, now I want to look. I don't think it's doing anything here. Soreness. I know it's definitely cold. No. Oh, Amazon came.
Oh.
That is some cold air coming under that door.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Yes, everything's cold right now.
We might need to find a towel or something. Alright. So I'm going to... Well, maybe I'm thinking of... Do we want to go with straight white, or should we go with like a light blue? And the blue might be a little bit. Let's go with the white. And then we can shadow it up where we need to. So since it's not snowing here, we are technically not Springdale. Springdale's to our north. Oh man, it is so cold. We've gotten up to 25. Freezing cold temperatures continue. It is 25 with it feels like 18. Oh, our water bill. We're having to drip our kitchen faucet. Alright, nothing on our radar as far as I can tell. Oh, they were saying a high of 30 today. I don't think we're getting there, folks. I don't think we are. Low of 14 tonight. Oh my god. PM snow showers Thursday, and then they changed us again to only it's under a 50% chance of snow now. To our south is supposed to get it worse than we are. They're only saying, maybe an inch. Maybe we'll get hit harder now. Since they're like, I don't know. Alright. Got a little bit of white here. So I want to... I don't... I think I went too small. Alright, well, I'm gonna try to figure out where I want our snow to sit here. So he kind of has it kind of like coming off here at the moment. And the way I have to do this, or the way I want to do this, is that I want to put my snow in first before I put these trees in. Because I think I'm going to have an easier time of it by doing it this way. Maybe I won't, but this is what we're gonna attempt to do. Okay, that's a little steep. So I'm gonna change that angle a little bit. Alright. That might be a little bit better. It still feels a little steep, but... Wow, so this bottom line, look how far over that got pulled. You can tell it wasn't how I put the lines in, because that is a bit over. This side's a bit straighter. So I might be able to give this side a little bit more room unless I come back over with a little bit more of our blue. Is what I might do, because now I'm nervous it's going to be short on that side. So I'd rather lose some, like I said, than realize I'm going to be short. Alright. So I'm gonna cut this in half. So that I can try to extend this a little bit. To at least meet with that. Does mean I'm going to go over my snow piece here a little bit. That's alright. I mean, I could have just extended the snow line over. Probably would have been the smarter thing to do. But I wasn't fully happy with the angle that snow line was on. I could have ripped it up, but we can also just work over top of it too. Either way. Either way is gonna work here. Alright, that helped a little bit. Gonna grab this and bring this back over, see if we can extend that all the way down here. So right now I'm just trying to make sure we're somewhat even with the rest of it, at least. You know? Where'd you go?
I'm starting to think it's every time we try to take her out.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's not.
Alright. We thought she was just getting, like, excited pee-pee. But now she just seems to be, like, peeing every time we try to take her out, no matter what tone of voice we use, no matter how many treats we give her, no matter if we leave her harness on her and just kind of quick swoop in and put the leash on her to get her out. I have no idea what is going on with this dog. Alright, so just a little bit more here. Alright, so to this, first we thought she was just getting excited, but when she gets excited, she'll also pee, so. But other times she's like, I don't want to go up. Where was it?
It was on my side. It wasn't enough. I mopped it up.
Do I need to throw that blanket in the wash right now?
No, shit.
Oh, did you put the guinea pig stuff in the dryer?
No, thank you for saying that.
Try to shake it out real good. Okay. So I'm just trying to bring this over a little bit more. Just so I don't have like any severe gaps. Like right here I've got some. So that's just what I'm trying to fill in right now. Because I can trim it, no problem. It's just I can't put it back after I've already cut it. You know, it's going to be a little more difficult to make that happen. If I could get my snips in here. This is as wide as they open, so. Like, they kind of do okay, but. Where is she?
On the bed next to me.
Oh. Alright, so I just have a little bit more to fill in on this corner. And then I think we'll probably be good there. Alright. So just a little tiny bit here at the bottom. Beep, beep, beep. Work vehicles. Could they possibly be finishing up? Or are they gonna be here for the rest of the day? Okay. Let's see. How are we doing now? Okay, so that's definitely over. So our bottom piece is here. Now I'm concerned that I don't have enough on the bottom. Right? Top, I think we're okay. Top we should be good. So maybe just a little bit on the bottom. Okay. So let's start over here. And get that kind of filled in there. It's just I don't know if the felt just stretched that much and I'm actually good. I mean, you can see that the line is distorted, the outer line. So in that case, I think I would rather overdo than underdo, right? So let's just work this in. Yeah, because our line is a little distorted, but not by much. Right? So if it distorts too much, I might have to go back to the other felt and not use this one. But we'll see how we do here. That is a thin spot. I think that side gets snow though, so we should be okay. Okay. All right. Tuck that color back in its bag. Okay. So we're going to go back to our white here. Go back to our snow. Okay. So he's kind of got just like a little bit kind of hanging out up here. So I'm going to fill that in. As best as we can. Okay. So far, you know, not too bad. We haven't gotten to the really hard parts yet, though. Hard part is about to start here. After we get the snow worked in. I feel like there's another bit of snow here. Can't remember though, because this... Well, maybe that's all he does. Thought the final one, there might have been a little bit more ground on this side, but maybe not. See, and that's why I tend to have some kind of finger pressure on the fluff here, or else it just swallows everything sooner than I'm ready for it to. Okay. So get this all popped into here. That generator running noise, which I think is those work trucks, is starting to get real annoying. At least I don't think the microphone's picking it up. This one isn't. If we were on the other microphone, that would be another story. Might need to add just a little bit more white onto this. See here in just a minute. What my options look like they're gonna be. This is a little bit shadowy, but I just don't really have a good color here, so we're just gonna have to simplify it. All right. So another little drop of water there. Just because I don't really want our watercolor shining through the snow. If I'm gonna come back in and add some shadow to it, I'd rather do it a different way. All right. So let's work on getting that. All right. So that looks pretty good. Okay. So on this other side here, I'm gonna go with a thin piece just to kind of work out my shore here. Okay. So let's see. That actually I think is a little generous for space there. He's got them a little bit closer. Okay, and we're gonna come kind of straight here. But not really straight. And maybe to about there. Yeah, I'm thinking there was like a little bit more snow like down in here. I could be wrong. But I thought that end piece. Let me take a quick peek here. Where are we at? We're at 12:21. Yeah, he does end up adding a little bit of something in there. Alright. That's fine. Hello, good afternoon, JR. How are you doing? Hope your day's going well. Hope everything is going well over there today. You're alright? Things are okay. We're freezing. No idea what the temperature is in this room, but it is cold. I kind of want to put my coat on, but I feel like I'm overreacting. My legs are freezing. It is winter. It is 25 Fahrenheit with a feels like of, what did I say earlier? 16? 18? It feels cold. It's cold. We're supposed to get some kind of snow Thursday into Friday. We'll see if we actually get it. Sometimes they undertalk it and we get a buttload, and sometimes they overtalk it and we get like nothing. We get like a dusting, if anything. Which is kind of what happened the other night. They kept saying, oh, snow. They had all these big headlines up on the TV stations, websites. Ice, slush, snow. We got a dusting. If that. It was definitely bitterly cold. Our feels like temperatures were in the single digits. It's currently 0 C for you. Not sure what that is in Fahrenheit. Thankfully, your bedroom is one of the warmest in the house. 0 Celsius. Isn't that like...
About 32.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that about the freezing mark for us? No, our room is the coldest room in the house. The door from our room to the outside is drafty. The hot air heat exchanges in our room do not work. No hot air comes out of them in the winter, no cold air comes out of them in the summer. The only time cold air comes out of it is during the winter when the wind blows. So, that's fun. The hottest room in the house is right next to the heating unit, which is outside for some reason. And, the next hottest room is our bathroom. And then my mom's room. And if you're on the other side of the house and you start to walk towards this side, you can actually feel the air getting colder. It's not so bad in the summer because we can set up fans to kind of blow the AC into this room. It's still a bit warm in here, but it's manageable. But it's so cold in here today. The computers aren't even warming it up. I've got a big LED light panel on. Usually that heats the room up a bit. It ain't doing nothing today. I'm like, come on, lights, let's go. Let's get some warmth going in here. Nothing. I mean, heck, we could have played Planet Zoo today. That usually makes my computer warm, and makes it warm in here, and nope. That's okay. We're having pizza for dinner, so the oven's gonna be on in a little bit. And that usually makes this room heat up a bit. It's an old house. Not as old as like some of the houses over there in your neck of the woods, I'm sure. But it's old for here. Not super old, but like built around... I've seen 2 different dates floating around. The original part of the property was built in 1920, 1921. Whoever built this place did not seem to believe in insulation in the walls. So it's a fun time. Fun time. if we're really that cold, we would go sleep in the mother-in-law's room. We would figure it out. We'd like grab an air mattress or a camping cot or something and sleep in there. But we have a space heater for in here when it gets really bad. Like, I've got a long sleeve shirt on and I've got this sweater cardigan thing on. It's just like my feet and my legs that are the coldest right now, but I could go get a blanket off the bed if I really wanted to do something about it. So trust me, I'm thinking about it, but I don't know if I want to deal with getting tangled up in that right now. I'm thinking about it. So we're working on our next, or our newest magnet attempt. We finished the other one last week. We won't be finishing this one today. That much I can say. We won't be done this today. But we're gonna get as far as we can. And we'll see how things go. So we are following Bob Ross's Joy of Painting tutorial from season 31. And we are following episode 2, which he titled, or someone titled, Before the Snowfall. You don't think you saw the result of the last magnet? Oh, husband.
Hmm?
Go get the magnet, please. It's on the fridge. I put it there and I just kind of left it there for the time being. Just to keep it out of trouble. Because magnets, I just didn't want to toss it somewhere on my desk and lose track of it. With all the computers and electronics I've got laying around. So this was the finished guy. Sorry, I'm using a different camera. You weren't here for that. My my Elgato ate shit and got pissed off and refused to stay connected, so we had to go back to my old Logitech, which isn't nearly as good. So we have a tiny little bit of a gap on the edge, but that's okay. It's alright. I couldn't do the frame how I wanted to do it, so we ended up making a little shadow box out of my my sticks here. So we painted the back. We painted 8 of these total. So we ended up attaching a set to the side this way, like standing up. And then we ended up doing another set kind of cut in between on the short sides, and then on the long sides we just kind of popped it into there. This guy is glued in place. And I did a magnet on the top and a magnet on the bottom just so it'd be a little more stable. So that way, like, the bottom, like, didn't, like, if you touched it on the fridge, it wouldn't, like, pop the top up. But it seems pretty sturdy. We attached the frame with tacky glue. I used a little bit of hot glue along the seams on the inside. And I did a little bit more tacky glue on the outer edges. And it's holding pretty good. It looks pretty solid. I kind of like how it looks a little bit raised up, even though this is taller. So we had to get a little bit creative with that one, but we are working on the next one in this tutorial season. So I ended up using more of the stirrers than I really had planned on when I was first counting them out, but I've got 150 of the things, or, well, minus 8 now, but I've got plenty of them, and the price of them wasn't so bad. I think it might have been $10 for 150. Like, more than in theory I should ever need, but oh, yep, that's a bot. See, when we're doing art, I don't have stream avatars running. So, sorry, I'm trying to report this and talk at the same time. It doesn't always work. So I don't have the noise to go murmur to poke me that somebody said something and I was looking down at something else. So let's see, try to post a link where people, that's not how you spell people, can buy viewers from. That's the second one today. Block and ban. Yep, very much a bot. Man, they're advertising streamboo.com. Hot and heavy. That's the one that they've been posting about lately. We don't buy viewers here. I don't see the points in trying to temporarily inflate your numbers, because as soon as the money goes away, they go away, so what's the point, right? So, got that reported. There'll be like 10 more that pop up for every one that I report, but we're doing our best to combat that. At least Moobot caught it, sort of. Moobot's like, no. They think that that space in between the name and the .com is going to stop or let the link go through. And Moobot's like, no, that's a link. We're on to. Sometimes Stream Element, well no, sometimes Automod from Twitch catches it. Obviously, Automod from Twitch did not catch that one. Moobot's been good about catching those ones. That think they're so slick. Alright, so I'm gonna gently pop that guy up. So we're just kind of working on putting our snow in on this guy. Just been taking our time today, working our way through it. No, I'm not stalling on putting these pine trees in. Who would ever think that? Shame on you. Of course I'm stalling on these pine trees. No, I'm not really. I'm still trying to work out in my head how I'm gonna approach them, but because they're so tiny. Like, they're not tiny on his. Like, he's using a number 6 fan brush. That's a good size fan brush. But, he's also doing this on, like, an 18 by 24 canvas. We are not. So, we are doing this on a 3" by 3" square of felt. Roughly. It's probably just under 3" by 3" because that's what our lighting on this camera sucks. That's roughly what this is 3" by 3". So, but we're just gonna work on getting our snow popped in here. Ours is gonna look a little different than Bob's just because paint blending and what have you doesn't work quite the same way with fiber. But we're doing what we can. And I ended up putting this watercolor over the entire bottom. I usually only pop watercolor in the sections where water's going. But we did not pre-sketch this one out, so... I mean, I could have looked ahead to see where exactly it was going and just worked with that. But it's okay. Like, we didn't lose that much felting material. If we were doing the 8x10, totally would have just put it where the water was supposed to be and not covered the entire bottom, because that would have been a lot of fluff to be used without being seen. And that wouldn't have been a good management of materials. But since this was so small, it was kind of like, meh. So if there's any kind of weird mechanical machine running noises in the background or weird beeping, there are work trucks in front of our house. Again, they are back fussing with the utility lines again. No idea. They said they were replacing a cable, but I don't know, man. I don't know what the heck they're actually doing, because it doesn't say who they're doing it for on the side of their trucks. Because it's like just a contractor that's doing it. It's like some electrician company that I've never heard of. It's not any of the providers for this area, so I don't know. Oh, were you gonna start your mom's car?
I hadn't realized that was on the plans.
No, I asked you if you were going to because it was so
I
cold.
said no.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I thought you said yes. I mean, I don't care either way.
I mean, it should be fine,
but I think we should at least start it tomorrow if you don't do it today.
I'll just do it today.
We are babysitting his mom's car while she's not here. Which means we have to go out there and start it every so often. What's up?
I was having a look at the cables.
Oh. This one spot here does not want to fill in with our snow color here. I feel like I keep adding color to that one spot, but it doesn't seem to be getting any better. So we'll get this worked in here. That blue color is very strong underneath, apparently. The white can't cover it up. It is struggling to do so at the very least. We'll get it eventually. Alright, I'm going to turn our mat here. Actually, let's work in this spot. Alright. I don't think we've worked in this spot recently. Oh. Tell you, I am tired. Hope we can get this camera nonsense figured out. I'm so mad with this Elgato camera. I didn't pick this camera out, the husband did, as a surprise. It's like, oh no, it's one of the top rated cameras, except it's buggy as fuck. And I don't know if it's an issue with the cord now or the extra card we had to put in my computer so that the stupid thing would run. And Sunday, it kept connecting and disconnecting throughout the day, even though I wasn't using it. Like, it was plugged into the computer, but I wasn't doing anything to engage the camera. Like, the whole time we were playing Coral Islands, I could hear it in my ears disconnecting and connecting. And then Monday, before the art stream, it just decided it wasn't going to connect for more than 5 minutes before it was disconnecting. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. I saw something about a firmware update for the camera that somebody had posted. So we don't know if it was the cable that's the issue, or if it's this extra USB card that we had put in my computer. We were beginning to think it was the USB card because my camera, my monitor stopped flashing on and off periodically. But then as the day went on, then it started doing its thing again with the monitor flashing. So, like, when I would get up or step in certain places on the floor, which is really bizarre. We don't understand what that's about. Especially because I am plugged into a newer outlet that is grounded. And into surge protectors that are grounded. And so it's like, what is that? What is the matter? I don't know if it's just an issue with this monitor or not. I don't know what its deal is. So that weird, like, fluttery, beepy noise in the background is the work trucks. I can't do anything about that, if it's even coming through. My filters on the microphone might not be letting that come through. Okay, good. I think something was backing up, or they were doing something with the bucket up in the air or some nonsense. But, the husband has an extra USB card in his older computer that he put in his mom's room. He had taken the card out of my computer, the one that he had bought to put into it, that we had in there, because we didn't know if it was the cable or the card. So I think this weekend, or we might do it tonight. We'll see. It might not be tonight because his back's kind of pissy. But at some point over these next few days of me not needing the camera for the live stream, we're gonna disconnect the camera from the wall and my computer here. And we're going to take it into the other room and try to see if it will run off the other computer's card with the current cable to figure out if it was the card or not. And then we'll swap the cables to the new cable and see if the new cable does any better. And if we can get it to behave itself on that computer, we'll bring it into here. I don't know if it just doesn't like Windows 11. I thought we had read originally when we got this camera that people were bitching that they had to replace the cable right away because it wouldn't work. And they were pissed off because this camera was not cheap. He splurged on it because he finally got his disability to go through, and so he took some extra money from his back pay that he got and bought it for me for Christmas. And so I'm like, oh good, so now I have like a really expensive paperweight right now. That's fantastic. So I got it to work a little bit. Like when we first got it, I couldn't get the camera hub to work at all, the hub software. It refused to recognize that the camera was even there. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. But I found a way to make it work with virtual cable or some nonsense with OBS. But I couldn't access the actual camera controls. I had to fudge everything. So then all of the sudden, one day after a Windows update, I'm like, let me see. I opened the Camera Hub software and it opened, and I was like, okay. But slowly, over the past several weeks, I've been getting disconnected with a bit of frequency, bit more frequency with this camera, where it was flashing up the camera logo in the middle of stream. And that was frustrating enough. A couple of times I had to close out the Hub software, the Hub application, and restart it to make the logo screen go away on OBS. And then other live streams, it would behave itself. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't understand why this camera has been so temperamental, but now all of a sudden it's like, no, I'm not doing anything. So my camera went on strike. Fortunately, this is like a really old camera that we had laying around. We were gonna send this camera to a friend of ours that streams, and we lost track of it somewhere in the house. Like, we knew we had it, we hadn't gotten rid of it because the husband was talking about using it, and then he wasn't gonna use it, and so then we were gonna send it to a different friend, and that friend's like, no, I'm good. And we're like, okay. And so we kind of lost track of where it had ended up in the house, and he was cleaning a while back and found it. And so he put it somewhere where he could put his hands on it again. And the camera I was using before the Elgato, I sent to another friend that was talking about starting to record doing some stuff. And I'm like, well, I'll send you this camera in case you end up wanting to record some art or stuff, because I don't need it anymore because I've got this other one, right? Trying to be nice and help somebody out who also, you know, doesn't have a whole lot of budget for stuff at the moment. I'm like, well, I've just got this sitting here. I don't really need it. Like, if you can use it, or even if you know, have the thought of trying to use it, since I don't need this anymore. I'm like, it's a manual focus on the lens. So I sent that to her. So it was a good thing we still had this one, or else I would have been trying to get to Walmart to get a replacement shitty camera to at least get through the live stream. Because at least this camera is functioning. The color's not great on it, and it's kicking up quite a bit of a glare off of the contact paper, but it's something. So you're glad the disability went through. You lost yours a few months back because they weren't as frequent enough, and you're still doing the volunteer work that helped you get in it in the first place. Oh, jeez. That sucks. Yeah, they're like, they said that they might reevaluate him at some point to see. Hold on. Sorry, the phone rang. I guess my mom actually answered it. We, like, hardly ever answer the landline unless it's to yell at somebody to stop calling us. But they did tell him, well, we might be reevaluating you and at some point, and we might decide to take it away. And we're like, oh, good. That's helpful. After we fought for what, 3.5 years, and had to get a lawyer and had to go through multiple appeals, and it was horrible. Like, they ended up getting a job expert. I forget what their actual title was, but they were somebody like in a that like manages or knows like workflow patterns and stuff, and they said he wouldn't be able to hold, like, as much as he was not able to stay at his job. He's like, nobody's gonna work with him. They're like, he might be able to do this or he might be able to do that, but with the amount that he would be calling out because he's having trouble leaving the house, or, you know, the anxiety or whatever is kicking up, like, he would be fired. So that's really kind of like what cinched it for the judge. But after he had the hearing with the judge here, they he has severe anxiety and depression. The one medication he was on, he had a very bad reaction to, and it was like he was on speed. So he couldn't take that one any longer. And after that reaction, he really was scared to try any other medication. They found one that he can take. But that only does so much. It that one kind of gives him the ability to be.
It keeps me from walking in circles throughout the house all bloody day, which is what I did before I found it.
Yeah, he would pace and swing his arms, or he'd be in the bathroom, like, kind of hold up in there, not necessarily going to the bathroom, just hold up in there to try to calm down, um, for hours. Or he'd be pacing the house for hours. Now he can sit for a little while. Um, he still has bad days, but they in the fiasco of trying to get his anxiety and depression diagnosed, they also determined that he was on the autistic spectrum. So that was interesting, and it actually kind of explained a few things. And after all the assessment that he did, he's like, "Yeah, I think you are too." And I'm like, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." I haven't gotten official diagnosed yet, but he strongly suspects I am as well. But he has some days just getting to the grocery store is a struggle. Like, there have been times where we've just had to give up and come home, or like today's not the day to even attempt it. So we kind of have to pick our battles, and some battles just aren't worth it. So even with the medication that he's on now, it's just kind of like a band-aid that sort of sticks, but it hasn't like magically fixed it. And nothing's going to magically fix it. So you can relate with the neurological medication side effects, and you have had less than pleasant results with the ones you've been on. Yeah, like, there's so many risk of seizures with the class of medication that he's on, and anything stronger than what he's on now, that goes up exponentially. And this one's kind of got him functioning, so he's like, "I'll take this." He goes, "That's fine. I'm fine with this." But this medication also has the risk of where you can get used to it. So it's not as effective as it once was, like when you first started taking it. And they're like, "Well, we might have to change it up or increase the dose, but if you increase the dose, then, you know, the side effect risk once again goes up, and then what happens when you get used to it at that dosage. Like, they can only increase it so far. So we need to figure out what color our pine trees are. Now, he did crimson, black, and Prussian blue. So it kind of looks almost like a really dark blue-black. I don't know what I'm going to do here. We could go with like a dark blue. We could. You've been told that with several of your anti-epis, you've been on at least 10 different ones. Yeah. So, I mean, we do what we can, but every day is an adventure. So let's see what I've got here. I've got Navy Night, Midnight Blue, and Dark Denim. Forgot I had dark denim. The Navy Night is probably what we're gonna go with. If I can reach it. Okay. Oh, sorry, the joints are sore today. Oof. Oof. Tell you, I think we're gonna get some of this weather on Thursday. I'm starting to get a headache again. This cold weather. I hurt my neck years ago on the job. No idea what I did. I had been lifting these huge, like, 4-foot tall boxes that had these foam sandals in them. The boxes weren't super heavy, but they were awkward. Because I could literally stand inside of these boxes. And, I had been working in setting up a display in a front entryway of the store I was at, the craft store. And, like, this side of the door you went in, this side was the exit, and, like, the cash registers were on this side of the door. And somebody working one of the front registers yelled for me. And I was so mad because the store manager was up there with me. And he wanted them a specific way. They sent in, like, assorted sandal sizes. Like, you could not order a specific size. The section of stuff that they dumped on us was like a I don't know, like, I don't know if you're familiar with Five Below. It kind of felt like Dollar Tree stuff, but it was more expensive than Dollar Tree.
I mean, is there any guarantee they're familiar with Dollar Tree?
I don't, a dollar store, 99-cent store. I don't know what the equivalent would be with euros.
5-pence store if you're in
5-pence store. But it was like for like the age group they were targeting was like maybe 11, 12, 10, somewhere around in there. And I'm like, we're a craft store. Why do we fucking have this shit? And I was merchandising the kids' crafts department. So the shit fell under my heading. And he's like, okay, well, I want these, like, put on here by, like, size. And I'm like, but we can't even order them by size. What we get is what we get. So why can't we just, like, hang them on the hooks and let them dig through it like they're going to dig through it anyway? Like, why can't we just do baskets? Why do we have to do hooks? And then he's like, well, no, I want it to look this way. And because it's the front entryway, it's got to be neat and pretty. And everything is €1 is the minimum you've ever been to. So I guess sort of the same idea. But it kind of felt like this is what you get. Like, what they send you is it. You know? Like, you never know what you're going to get. You can try to reorder it, and you might get something, but you might not. You know? Oh, £1, sorry. So I'm up there, and he's fussing, and he wants it done a certain way, and they kept calling me to open register, and so I couldn't leave like the boxes of merchandise in the friggin' entryway, and I was having a day. I was so done with people pulling me in 15 different directions. And the one on the customer service desk at the time, she yelled my name, and I was so mad. And we had a classroom coordinator that set up all the different classes for people to come and do at nights and birthday parties on the weekends and stuff. But she also did the displays around the store. So like on different ends of the aisle, she would have to like make display boards like all up and down the aisles and stuff with different merchandise of what people could do with it. She was standing next to me, and I was so mad. They yelled my name, and I was like, "What?" I like screamed it, and I like flung my head to the side. I was so mad. Like I just quick yanked my head to the side. And apparently I yelled ow because something popped in my neck. But I didn't think much of it. Like it was kind of, I think it was like a reflex ow where it hurt for like a split second. And then the rest of the day was so busy I didn't think about it again. And I went home, went to bed. And the next morning I had to come in to help with the truck because the truck delivery was going to be so bad. I had to help break down the pallets because our stockroom was so overloaded with shit. It was a major fire hazard. And you could not pull a pallet of merchandise from the loading dock out onto the floor. There was that little space to walk through. Like, the pallet would not work. So they had to drop our deliveries off at the front door. And they had to open both sides of the double sliding glass door to pull the pallets in through the front. And they had to drop them. Like, our store was set up kind of like in a horseshoe shape where like it like went like around but like more square. So entrance, and then main aisle along the back, and then main aisle along this side, and there was like aisles that offshoot and some in the middle. So they were dropping pallets down the main aisle all the way around the store. And the pallets couldn't be on the floor for when store opened at 9 o'clock. So I had to come in at 7 to help offload all of the shit on the pallets and like take it to the back ends of each aisle, although I don't know how that was any better than the pallets being on the floor, but what the fuck ever. And so I get there, I woke up and I'm like, man, my neck's kind of sore. And I was thinking, did I sleep wrong? Like I was kind of stiff. And so I go in and I'm trying to help unload the pallets, and we're putting stuff on the little hand truck thingies and delivering it around the store. And as the morning's going on and we're rushing, you know, the store manager's running around yelling, hustle, 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 and yelling at us to hurry up. And my neck is slowly starting to feel tighter and tighter, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, this really is starting to hurt. And we got to the candy pallet, which was the boxes of chocolate that you would melt down to make your own candy. Your own, like, chocolate lollipops and shit. Those fuckers were heavy. I think they were 10-pound boxes. And they were loading up, like, 6 to 7 on these hand carts. And it got to the point where my head was like on my shoulder. I couldn't pick my head up. I'm like, I gotta go. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. So they had me fill out workman's comp paperwork. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I did. And the classroom coordinator came in and she's like, yeah, yesterday I was standing right next to you. And I was like, oh shit, I'd completely forgotten because it was such a split second and a busy day. And I was like, I didn't think much of it at the time, but now it was a problem. And then the store management was pissed off that I didn't fill out anything right when it happened. I'm like, I didn't know it was going to be a problem right when it happened. So we were arguing back and forth. So they sent me to workman's comp doctor. And that place is shut down now.
Oh, it is?
Oh yeah, they were shut down a few years ago. I think they got shut down while I was at the casino. And I walk in there. My head's on my shoulder. Like every time my dad had to come and pick me up and take me. And every time he like got onto the gas to go forward when he had to stop for a traffic light or a stop sign, it was pure agony. Like I could not pick my head up off my shoulder. We go in there and doctor's looking at me. He puts his hand on one side of my neck and he puts his other hand on the other. And next thing I know, he throws my neck up back into proper position. No warning or anything. And he's like, keep that there. I was like, what? I was, and he gives me, I was like, if I could keep it there, I wouldn't have fucking been here. And, and then he gives me a prescription for muscle relaxers and tells me not to go back into work for like 3 days. I'm like, what the fuck did you just do? You just threw my head back into position. Your hands were on me for 5 seconds. Like, I was pissed. I was like, you're fucking with my neck. I'm like, what if you fucking paralyzed me? I was mad. I should have just fucking went to the emergency room and paid for it myself. Like, oh, to this day, I still have problems with my neck. If I turn my head too fast, if I just move slightly wrong, it pulls. It doesn't like get stuck on the side of like on my shoulder anymore, but it's still problems. Have I tried yoga? No, I haven't. That would be interesting because I can't even bending down on the floor is difficult for me. But I also have scoliosis, and I also did something to my lower back at one point, but it happened when I was working at Walmart, but I was on break and we had taken our break out in the car because the husband was working there at the time too, so we both went out there to go get just a few minutes peace because it had been a bad night. And I went and got in the car and I went to put the seat back while I was sitting in it and something shifted in my lower back. And I was in agony. I could barely walk. I was like, oh my God. But we had to finish out the shift and it didn't happen on the clock and in the store in front of cameras. So, like, I couldn't prove it happened while I was there to do workman's comp stuff because we were out of the building on break. So, that was fun. And I like couldn't walk right for a couple of days. And it was so bad, like my legs were starting to get a little shaky. I was about to go to the emergency room. And I got out of the car because we had to grab a couple of groceries. And the way I twisted when I got out of the car, something popped back in place. And it went better. And I'm like, oh God. Can really help. A good teacher should understand and help with the physiotherapy and ease your mobility. Well, it's something to think about. But that was horrible. So I have to even be careful with how I step now because one of my legs is slightly longer than the other because of the way that the scoliosis curved my spine. So that's fun. Not really. 10/10, don't recommend. Alright, so let's see. What time is it? 2:50. Alright, I'm not going to start this tree today. I just want to see what this color looks like. Oh, I've got dust on my bag already. Let me just see. So, that might be a good enough color for these trees. So he's got 2 of them over here. And he's got 2 of them over here. So I think we'll go with this. I might use some of my dark gray to put some shadow in there. And I might try to do a little bit of shadowing on this in here. But I don't think I'm gonna bother getting into that today. I think we'll save that for next week. What all do we still have to do here? let's take a look. So he's got those. I'm just gonna like speed tap through. Just see what we got coming. Alright, so we put some more snow there. He did add more snow on that side. I thought he did. Okay. Of course, Bob. Now you... Bob? Alright, so we need to add a little bit more snow here. And then we need to add a little bit more here. So, we'll do that next week too. Alright, so he's got those in. Okay, it doesn't look like he... I thought he put snow on these trees. I guess not. So he's scraping in a cabin shape. That's gonna be tough. Because that's... It's a big canvas, but it's not a big cabin. Like, it's kind of small. Kind of a mess, because he's weathering the wood. He's got the door. Snow on the roof. Okay, so he cleans up the bottom. Okay, there is another tree. Wait, does that go... Oh, nope, 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 nope. Hit the wrong key. So that goes all the way from the top to... How far down does that go? To the bottom of the cabin. So cabin's gonna go about here, I guess. Oh, he does... he does highlight this. Alright, I think I know what color I can put on there. I've got two options. So we did some scraggly bushes. Added some snow to them. Excuse me. He added some snow lines on this frozen water here. At least I think it's frozen. It looks frozen. Alright, so we've got some stickies here and there. I don't know if we're going to do sticks in the back. We can do that one. That one should be okay. So, we don't have a whole lot more to go, but these trees might be tough. I'm just trying to figure out if I should paint these pieces ahead of time or if we should paint them on stream. That's the tough part. Because I don't want to end it too early. That could almost be another session finishing up that. So it would be a short session putting everything together. Potentially. I don't know. I gotta think about it, I guess. Well, we'll see what happens next week, I suppose. But we didn't get too bad today. We got a decent amount of stuff done. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to work faster next week. It's possible. So, we'll be back tomorrow to do Planet Zoo. And we'll be back working on finishing up our restaurant and trying to make some playground equipment. Badly. But we'll try. And then this weekend I'm going to try to record some work on the tissue paper project. I need to get some video editing done for the channel. I need to get some Bear and Breakfast edited and loaded up to YouTube. And all that good stuff. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Thanks for popping in and joining me this afternoon. I hope your day continues to be well, JR. Thank you for popping in. Don't forget to follow the social links down below, everybody. That'll take you to the Instagram, the Ko-fi, the Blue Sky account, and the YouTube channel. If anyone wants to follow those places, you never know what might pop up. And I'll see everybody tomorrow. I need to go start making chicken for my pizza. So I will see everybody tomorrow for Planet Zoo. Have a good one.